The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority (UCDA), in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation (UCF), wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million, compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels. The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority (UCDA), in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation (UCF), wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million, compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels. The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority (UCDA), in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation (UCF), wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme "A Celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon Coffees." This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million, compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels. The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority (UCDA), in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation (UCF), wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million, compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels. The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority (UCDA), in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation (UCF), wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million, compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels. The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority (UCDA), in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation (UCF), wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels.
One of the things that ADC is going to try and do is, equip the farmers with knowledge that is relevant for them to grow and be self-sustainable. First, we want to, help them strengthen their organizational capacity in terms of the structures, which is related to governance and leadership. Then two, marketing. And not because there are no markets, but because the farmers really lack the relevant information and the relevant tools to access these markets. Then the third sub-theme about the program that we are doing is financial literacy. One of the big challenges that farmers face is one, for example, they get money from banks or financial institutions. At the end of the day, what do? They fail or they default. What happens to them? They don't grow.
I'm learning a lot here because this training is a guide a leader to be a good leader.
The important one is getting knowledge and skill, so that when we go back, we put that skill or knowledge.
We want to make sure that at the end of our program, the farmer groups that we work with, the farmers that we work with, can sustain themselves. Groups normally build better relationships with banks as opposed to the individuals.
It is not easy to be a farmer in. People just go for an horse, and we were a total poverty people. There was nothing in our hand, no goats, no chickens. We go for food in other people's garden. As a group, there is a total change of life. I became a group leader in 2014. Then I start mobilizing. We are lobbying for the individual farmers to come and join the what? Join the group. I'm now feeling that I'm now a successful farmer because of what is in my garden. I'm even proud that I've already left the grass house.
So many houses, so many machines for grinding materials. As a farmer, you should come a group or a cooperative so that we get a better price.
Per annum or over the 3 years is to make sure that the farmer groups that we are working with are bankable, because again, the reason why ADC started or formed is to make sure that farmers have access to finance, which is very core, because that's the way we shall grow and develop as farmers.
The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, UCDA, in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation, UCF, wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, the management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, UCDA, in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation, UCF, wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels.
One of the things that ADC is going to try and do is, equip the farmers with knowledge that is relevant for them to grow and be self-sustainable. First, we want to, help them strengthen their organizational capacity in terms of the structures, which is related to governance and leadership. Then two, marketing. And not because there are no markets, but because the farmers really lack the relevant information and the relevant tools to access these markets. Then the third sub-theme about the program that we are doing is financial literacy. One of the big challenges that farmers face is one, for example, they get money from banks or financial institutions. At the end of the day, what do? They fail or they default. What happens to them? They don't grow.
I'm learning a lot here because this training is a guide a leader to be a good leader.
The important one is getting knowledge and skill, so that when we go back, we put that skill or knowledge we get from here in work.
We want to make sure that at the end of our program, the farmer groups that we work with, the farmers that we work with, can sustain themselves. Groups normally build better relationships with banks as opposed to the individual.
It is not easy to be a farmer in this area. People just go for an horse, and the labor is very costly. We were a total poverty people. There was nothing in our hand, no goats, no chickens. We go for food in other people's garden, and our children was not even going for schooling. The life was very difficult. There was no any development of groups farming in this area at all. But now we have come as a group. There is a total change of life. I became a group leader in 2014. Then I start mobilizing. We are lobbying for the individual farmers to come and join the group. I'm now feeling that I'm now a successful farmer because of what is in my garden. I'm even proud that I've already left the grass house. I'm now in a good house. I'm proud now. I can make my own decision now.
So many houses, so many machines for grinding materials. As a farmer, you should come a group or a cooperative so that we get a better price. That is what I learned from there.
So I would say our end game in all this per annum or over the 3 years is to make sure that the farmer groups that we are working with are bankable, because again, the reason why ADC started or formed is to make sure that farmers have access to finance, which is very core for their activities. My advice to them is please form these groups, because that's the way we shall grow and develop as farmers.
The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, UCDA, in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation, UCF, wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million, compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels.
My bright idea, I had to first put it on hold. We do apologize for the delay, but I can officially confirm that our guest of honor is seconds away. So there's going to be a side event there that will inevitably lead her as she's ushered to the VIP area, and then we can fully start our program today in celebration of Arabica and the Mount Elgon coffees. In the event you have not been able to sign, Lillian, could you stand up and put your hand up? If Lillian has not captured your name, please kindly move towards her or let her come to you. We would like to have that on record that you joined us on this very day, this very amazing day, to celebrate some of the best coffees that we have to offer as a country. DJ, you can continue to entertain us as we finish with the side event here, and then the program can fully start.
You just a flash it on the world, him have one up here, one down there, one in a Nova, one down a Ville. One she's a lawyer, one she's a doctor, one where they work with a little contractor. One down a East, one down a West, him have one.
One of the things that ADC is going to try and do is, equip the farmers with knowledge that is relevant for them to grow and be self-sustainable. First, we want to, help them strengthen their organizational capacity in terms of the structures, which is related to governance and leadership. Then two, marketing. And not because there are no markets, but because the farmers really lack the relevant information and the relevant tools to access these markets. Then the third sub-theme about the program that we are doing is financial literacy. One of the big challenges that farmers face is one, for example, they get money from banks or financial institutions. At the end of the day, what do? They fail or they default. What happens to them? They don't grow.
I'm learning a lot here because this training is a guide a leader to be a good leader.
The important one is getting knowledge and skill, so that when we go back, we put that skill or knowledge we get from here in work.
We want to make sure that at the end of our program, the farmer groups that we work with, the farmers that we work with, can sustain themselves. Groups normally build better relationships with banks as opposed to the individual.
It is not easy to be a farmer in this area. People just go for an horse, and the labor is very costly. We were a total poverty people. There was nothing in our hand, no goats, no chickens. We go for food in other people's garden, and our children was not even going for schooling. The life was very difficult. There was no any development or groups farming in this area at all. But now we have come as a group. There is a total change of life. I became a group leader in 2014. Then I start mobilizing. We are lobbying for the individual farmers to come and join the what? Join the group. I'm now feeling that I'm now a successful farmer because of what is in my garden. I'm even proud that I've already left the grass house. I'm now in a good house. I'm proud now. I can make my own decision now.
So many houses, so many machines for grinding materials. As a farmer, you should come a group or a cooperative so that we get a better price. That is what I learned from there.
So I would say our end game in all this per annum or over the 3 years is to make sure that the farmer groups that we are working with are bankable, because again, the reason why ADC started or formed is to make sure that farmers have access to finance, which is very core for their activities. My advice to them is please form these groups, because that's the way we shall grow and develop as farmers.
The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, UCDA, in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation, UCF, wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor has arrived. The Honorable Minister for the State of Fisheries, Honorable Helen Adoa, has arrived. Could I request that we stand up and welcome our guest of honor, please? You're welcome, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. So before anyone takes a seat, we'd like to respect the national anthem, and I will request the DJ to commence with that. Then we shall go into prayer for the Lord that we serve to bless this wonderful function here today. Thank you very much, DJ. Now I would like to invite Lillian from the Uganda Coffee Federation to come and lead us in a word of prayer. Lillian?
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Our Father, dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the journey masses. We thank you for leading us all the way from the districts we've come from to come here and celebrate coffee together with the people of Mbali. Hopefully, we thank you for the weather that you've given us. We pray that you keep on blessing us, the people in the coffee industry. You give us journey masses as we go back. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much, Lillian. Could I request everybody to take their seats? Honorable Minister, you're very welcome to this year's edition of the Uganda Coffee Day. Our dear colleagues, friends, and family from the coffee industry, you're all welcome from the different parts of the country. My name is Samson Emong, and I'll be your Master of Ceremony or Director of Programs, which is the fancy way of putting it nowadays, throughout today's program. First and foremost, like I stated before, today we're celebrating Arabica and the Mount Elgon coffees at the home of the Mountain Harvest. We'd like to thank Kenneth Barije for having invited us here to an amazing facility. Personally, I've not been here before and I've been blown away, but we'll go into that later on as we congratulate him on the great work done. Just a few things to get out of the way, as stated before. If you'd like to use the convenience rooms, they're right at the back there. There is a clear signpost for guidance, as well as ushers who will be able to direct you in the event that you want to use it. Then secondly, I would like to welcome our colleagues online on the YouTube link. DJ, I think we're okay on that link. Thank you very much. Because of the COVID situation we have gone through as a country, and how we have been managed to overcome it, and even with indications of a third wave, but we are all looking after each other. We are going through this process of a hybrid where we have a virtual and physical meeting. So those of you who are here with us here today, you are the chosen few, and thank you very much for honoring the invitation from the Uganda Coffee Federation. For those who are online, we thank you for taking the time to join us on a busy day, the coffee family, because we have to celebrate it. The Coffee Day, from the time it was created back in the day, or for many years ago, was precisely to celebrate some of the good things that we have to be proud of for the coffee industry. And we have come a very, very long way. To 6.1 million bags from the days of 1.5 to 2 million bags, a lot of effort has gone in for many of you who are here today, for many of you who have contributed over the years in your different capacities in small brick. I always tell my friends that in the coffee industry, we lay bricks, we lay foundation, and you might not see the results immediately, but the long term is felt eventually. And we're on the journey to achieve the 20 million bags that were set by the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And I think we have done an amazing job. On that note, I also like to congratulate UCDA on 30 years of existence. I've already seen a copy of that book. It's an amazing print that's going to come out. I look forward to reading it. I think it's going to have some amazing stories of how the coffee sector has transformed from the time UCDA came into existence. Now, as you can see from the program, our Honorable Minister is going to be giving us a speech to bless this day. But I will invite someone who is more well equipped and has the qualifications to invite her, and someone who has allowed us into his city. I would like to invite the resident city commissioner in Mbale City, Mr. Ahmed Washika. Sir, I would like to welcome you to join us and give us a speech. And then I would also request that after you're done with your speech, you do welcome the Honorable Minister to bless us with her few remarks. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, the Minister of State for Fisheries, Helena Doa, you are welcome in Mbale State. My names, I'm called Robert Webale, the Deputy RCC of Mbale State. Honorable Doa, the Bible says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Honorable Doa is our own daughter, just here in Tel Sub-region, and Bugisu and Tesda 1, and therefore you are at home. I want to thank the Mountain of Harvest, who have welcomed all of us here. Today is a coffee day, and I want to take this opportunity to recognize all the partners who have been working together to ensure that we have, as we are aware, that Elgon is a cornerstone of coffee in this country. And that's why we have what we call the Bugis Cooperative Union. But some people may not know what to call Elgon. Elgon is composed of Sabay sub-region and Bugisu. That's Mbale, Namisindwa, Manafa, Lambuli, Sirongo, Kweni, Buko, Kapuchora, all those are under Elgon zone. We, as the Office of President, our commitment with the President is to ensure that farmers, like we look at the manifesto of 2021-2026, His Excellency the President and the government, our commitment with the community government ensure that people are out of poverty from the household income. And at Elgon, we survive on coffee. So I want to thank all the partners of coffee who are here, both our parents who are here, that the government is committed to support you to ensure that your coffee, you get quality coffee and you're able to pay fees for your children and other needs. Honorable Minister, when I was coming here, I want to apologize of my senior commissioner, that is Mr. Shach, who is not with us here, but is with us in spirit. When I shared with the partners of coffee the number of challenges where we find as a government, we need to take a message to the ministry and address them at an appropriate time. I've been informed that the challenge of Elgon zone, they have what we call the poor soil fertility. So the challenge, I think they have been facing the challenge of soil fertility, and the government, I think, should continue providing fertilizers which will expeditiously improve the quality of coffee. Honorable Minister, I've been informed that there is also the challenge of pests and diseases. Previously, I'm told the government was giving what we call blanket spraying, wherever I think coffee was sprayed. But I think of recent, there's a challenge. They have made an inadequate response on that. And we pray that as we go back, that issue must be addressed. There is also inadequate pulping machines. I've been informed by the authorities, people who are who have the technical information on how to manage coffee, that these machines, they have a period of time to pulp coffee. And I think the ones they have, there are very few, and this normally affects the quality of coffee they normally produce. Honorable Minister, there is a big challenge in the Elgon zone, which I think the government must be aware of, the smuggling of coffee. The smugglers have entered in our coffee, and remember, smugglers, they can never send the quality of coffee. On that matter, I think the government must take a keen interest, and we get, like here is the cornerstone of Arabic coffee, they may affect our international market, because the worry is they may not give the coffee which is supposed to be, which is the real coffee of this place. So we request that as we go back, we work as partners to ensure that the smugglers are checked expeditiously. Honorable Minister, the farmers also thank the government for enacting the Coffee Act of 2021. I think the previous law or act was discriminative for dealing with traders, but I'm told this one, it goes up to the necessary bed. And we must thank the government for that, particularly His Excellency the President, for having been able to sign that. Honorable Minister, we have here different partners of coffee. We have the ABI. Where are the ABI? We have the ABI. Those are the partners of coffee. Honorable Minister, we have the board of directors, former board of directors of coffee. I don't know whether here or yesterday. Honorable Minister, we have the Coffee Federation Associations who are here. Members are here. Are we here? The Federal Association of Coffee. So, Honorable Minister, for us as security, as the Vice Chairperson of Security in Mbale City, I want to give my people here the guarantee that the NRM government is committed to protect you with your property. Our offices are open. In case of anything, come for guidance. Like our principal executive has said, we shall always be 24 hours. We shall offer you whatever you need as a government. Also, I want to thank the minister on my behalf and on behalf of Mbale City. We are privileged to host you. I know this is the first. I know this must have been one of the, because this is the countries, all the stakeholders of this day, they are here, and we want to thank you for honoring our invitation to come and be part of us here. And as Mbale City, we are proud of you, since you are our daughter from State Sub-Region. With those few remarks, allow me, at this juncture, to invite the Honorable Minister to pass a word of wisdom. You must tap her wisdom. I know her. She's one of the well-polished leaders of eastern part of the country. We thank you. We thank you. May the God of Abraham bless you as you put your words before our people.
Thank you, RDC. Our invited guests, Coffee family, our own Maif officials who are here, ladies and gentlemen. For some of you who may not know me, because the media has always mistaken my name to be Ondoa, I am called Helen Adoa, A-D-O-A. As Aradisa said, I come from Teso. I represent the people of Serere district. And we are known as people surrounded by fish, because we border Kamuli, Buende, Kabermaido, Palisa, Ngora. All those places are water. And the only dry outlet is going to Soroti. So those are the people I represent in the parliament. And I'm also Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, in charge fisheries. On this special day, ladies and gentlemen, the International Coffee Day is celebrated worldwide on the 1st of October annually. Uganda annually has this coffee day every first Thursday of October in different parts of the country. On this very day, we appreciate the effort of all the stakeholders, but especially the farmers who are large part of the coffee subsector today are in Mbale to engage coffee stakeholders and thank God for the beauty of Arabica coffee and Mount Elgon coffees. It gives me great pleasure to celebrate this day in the Mount Elgon region, not only because it is a home to great Uganda Arabica coffee, but also because it is a major tourist destination. The Mount Elgon region is characterized by well-known cultures of Bagisu, including the popularly known as Imbalu ceremony. The Sebe have unique culture. They have produced the best distance runners in this country, and have the famous CP Falls that have also given a name to some of our great Arabica coffee. The theme of Uganda Coffee Day this year is a celebration of Arabica and Mount Elgon coffee. The theme is not only relevant but also significant for strives to add value to its agricultural products, including coffee under agro-industrialization program of National Development Plan 3, as well as NRM Manifesto 221-226. The Mount Elgon region has embraced production and export of sustainable and highly differentiated coffees, which have fetched high premium prices for farmers. This will ensure profitability, equity, competitiveness, sustainability of the coffee sector. The global trade today is for consumers who are keen on what they consume, where it is produced, how it is marketed, and how it is distributed. They are willing to pay a premium as long as the coffee has been produced in a sustainable way, closely following the three dimensions of social, economic, and environmental, and therefore getting it audited and certified. Arabica coffee from Mount Elgon satisfies these requirements. I wish to challenge farmers who have not joined the farmer groups or cooperatives, and those who have not yet identified market and what to do early as possible to do so. We have in place an enabling environment in the form of policies and strategies, as well as government's will to support cooperatives. Even on satisfaction course, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, coffee is a strategic commodity in the agro-industrialization agenda under NDP 3 due to its potential in providing highly needed foreign exchange, as well as a social balance, since consideration proportion of household derived at their livelihood. Allow me remove this. I think I'm far. It is a bit tying me. Since it is considered to be a proportion for the household derive their livelihood from coffee, especially here at Mount Elgon and Sebei region. With a new coffee law in place, government is committed to transform the coffee sector. On Saturday 1st August 2021, the President of the Republic of Uganda asserted to the National Coffee Act number 1721, 2021, which provides for UCD to promote, oversee, and regulate all on-farm and off-farm activities along coffee value chain, including promoting and supporting value addition. This will be done by, among others, promoting and supporting primary processing of coffee at coffee farms, bulking and marketing of coffee at coffee farms or through farmers associations, roasting and packaging of coffee, building the capacity of coffee brewers and roasters, and facilitating increased export of value-added coffee products. It also provides the promotion of domestic consumption, and this is the biggest problem we have here. All of us who are here, if someone went to inspect our houses, it will be embarrassing to find other coffees in our houses, and yet we need to consume our coffee now with the law in place. We need to conduct behavior. We have to conduct in our own Uganda. You have heard about Bubu. We have to change the way we communicate, building our capacity of our own local coffee roasters, coffee baristas, coffee brewers, and any other stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent days, there have been reports about Uganda leaving International Coffee Organization. Allow me to set a record straight. Uganda has not exited the International Coffee Organization. Rather, the Uganda government is renegotiating terms of International Coffee Agreement 2007. Let me also reassure all our stakeholders that coffee trade will not be affected by this in any way. It is important to note that Uganda is the 7th largest coffee producer globally, and is well sought after due to its quality. The coffee that we have is very special and quality, and Uganda was ranked 3rd best globally, internationally. CAP testers in a survey of top 16 coffee growing countries in the world last year. And we should be proud of this and clap for ourselves. In the last financial year, 2021, 2021, Uganda exported 6.1 trillion, 60 kilos of bags worth US dollars 559 million, contributing to 11% of total commodity export, down from 13% the previous year, on account of lower global prices due to COVID-19. Government calls on all coffee stakeholders to ensure that the great strides we have made leads to even greater accomplishments in the coffee industry, including meeting the target of producing 20 million 60 kilogram bags of coffee by the year 2025, and increasing the proportion of sustainable, especially certified coffees to the total of export grades mix. The opportunities in the coffee sector are immense, and various points of coffee value chain, including coffee nursery operations, coffee farming, trade, export, primary and tertiary processing, coffee brewing, and promotion of domestic coffee consumption. The government is ready to continue working to address other impediments to achievement of the 20 million bags target, such as climate change, which requires adaptation and mitigation measures in order to create effective and long-term benefits in the coffee subsector. As we commemorate this Uganda Coffee Day 2021, I commend the effort of all the coffee stakeholders and all of us who are here and those online who have identified niche markets abroad, organized farmers into viable economic units, and ensured an internal control system. This is reflected in the premium Uganda receives. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity to emphasize the ministry's pledge to transform the coffee subsector into a vibrant, profitable, and sustainable one that engages stakeholders, uphold quality standards in the coffee value chain, and penetrate niche markets abroad. I thank you, and I bring you greetings from my ministry and my ministers. May God bless you, and have a very wonderful, nice coffee day, and enjoy coffee. I thank you.
Could you join me once again in a round of applause for the Honorable Minister for her words of wisdom and guidance. Okay, so next on our program, just give me 1 second. Okay, thank you very much once again. I would like, our next speech is going to come from the gentleman who has graciously hosted us here today, and I think it would be very important that the Honorable Minister listens for the investment that Mount Harvest has done in the Elgon region and the work they have done generally and holistically towards the coffee sector. So allow me welcome Mr. Kenneth Barije, the Managing Director of Mount Harvest.
Thank you, Samson. Honorable Minister, the Resident District Commissioner from Mbale City, directors from Uganda Coffee Development Authority, distinguished guests, whether here physically or those joining us online, you're welcome. Let me start by wishing you a happy coffee day. I would like to extend a special and warm welcome to Mountain Harvest and indeed to Mount Elgon, where we celebrate Mount Elgon Arabica coffees, and thank Uganda Coffee Development Authority and Uganda Coffee Federation for choosing Mountain Harvest to host this year's National Coffee Day celebrations. The National Coffee Day, which is Uganda's celebration of the International Coffee Day, creates an opportunity for all of us as actors in the coffee value chain to showcase the actions we take each day to put great coffees on tables of coffee lovers all over the world. At Mountain Harvest, we are particularly honored to be among the Ugandan exporters who are exploiting and raising awareness for Uganda's unrealized potential as an origin of high-quality Arabicas and investing in new technologies to further advance Uganda's coffee and its rich contribution to the world. Mountain Harvest is a young company that was formed in 2017 to improve and sustain the lives of smallholder coffee farmers on the mountain. Allow me remove this. Thank you. High on the slopes of Mount Elgon, we work side by side with 1,100 farmers to increase harvest yields. We pay 15% above market price for organic certified fully traceable lots grown with climate smart farming practices, and we would like to push that price difference to 30% over the next 3 years. Our margins from the high FOB prices return directly to the communities that we work with as farm level investments that supply technical support, financial services, and organic farm inputs. Over the last few years, specialty coffee has been, Honorable Minister, the fastest growing segment of the global coffee market. Within this market, there is a growing trend of market niches that favor high quality, single origin, and traceable coffees. Despite our potential as a country, Uganda is not known as a producer of high-end coffee, which results in its producers receiving commodity or slightly over commodity market price. Our mission at Mountain Harvest is to generate a holistic ecology for Mount Elgon's coffee farmers. We know that eco-friendly farming techniques lead to healthier soil and higher yields. Enhanced processing expertise will lead to tastier coffees and higher cup scores. Better cup scores fetch higher prices, and higher prices lead to stable living incomes to the farmers who grow coffee in Uganda. Ugandan farmers, we know, already grow amazing coffees. It is our task to ensure these farmers are recognized for their excellence and can thrive for years to come. Our service delivery model as Mountain Harvest focuses on improving the quality of life for smallholder farmers and supporting health and thriving natural ecosystem. Our service delivery model emphasizes the need to boost productivity and improve profitability at the smallholder farm level and at Mountain Harvest level as a business enterprise by delivering both business and environmental oriented services. The environmental services focus on soil regeneration, enrichment, and biodiversity to keep agricultural assets at their full productive potential. On the other side, the business services involve 3 major interventions: elevating the quality of smallholder grown coffee into the specialty coffee market, disconnecting pricing from commodity markets through relationship-based trade with specialty roaster retailers who pay higher prices for better quality, and finally, using the additional margins generated from higher prices to invest at the farm level through the delivery of blended services. In the 4 years that we have been in existence, we believe we've made some contribution to the coffee sector. One, it's creating employment, and 95% of our workers come from this region. We have 18 young men and women who come from Busitama University's Arapai College, whom we partner with to provide practical training, but also give technical support to the farmers we work with. Every season, for about 4 to 6 months, we employ 150 part-time women coffee sorters. The company has also started training professional coffee pickers who are based on the mountain. So far, we have 51 girls and 49 boys, and we commit to train another 60 professional pickers per year for the next 3 years. In order to produce for the high-value specialty market, Mountain Harvest and other coffee producers and exporters must understand what processing factors result in high-quality product in order to standardize its production and consistently produce coffee for premium markets. That is why we have partnered with Chambogo University and the Colombian University to conduct coffee processing trials and develop Ugandan-specific processing protocols that have enabled us to standardize the production of high-quality coffees, and as a result, all the coffees in our supply chain score 84 points and above. We have also doubled the export price compared to the market price, and our field extension team is training 1,100 farmers. Honorable Minister, you recall in the 90s, Uganda as a country liberalized and privatized its coffee sector. that transferred marketing responsibilities and extension services from the state to private sectors. While this led to greater competitiveness, often allowing producers to receive a larger share of the export price, it is also increased the extent to which fluctuations in the international commodity price are passed from exporters to domestic traders and to producers. It's important to note, however, that although Ugandan farmers receive a particularly high share of coffee export prices, ranging from 60 to 80%, which is high compared to the region, depending on the year, it is a high share of a low export price. Low export prices limit the ability of intermediaries such as Mountain Harvest to meet the costs of processing, aggregation, certification, milling, and the rest, let alone provide extension services to the farmers. It is our request, Honorable Minister, and the board, the staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, that you continue to provide technical and financial support to intermediaries like us to address the many barriers stopping Uganda from competing in the specialty sector. The key barriers on the mountain, if I may ask two things from the government, it is about selling of unripe coffee. We would like to request specifically, now that we have the new law that empowers UCDA to regulate what happens at the farm level, the government to intervene and stop selling and trading in unripe coffee. That is number one. The second, we have neighbors who come from Kenya who buy chili on the mountain. They distort the market, put prices too high for our export prices, and they take everything because in Kenya, as a country, they are achieving a higher price from their coffee. If, as a government, you do those two things, we will pay better prices because we will be exporting high quality coffee. And as you know, high quality coffee, which will fetch a higher price, will allow the government to get more taxes instead of losing money in either poorly processed coffee or coffee that has crossed the border unregulated. As I conclude, Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, we believe the investment in developing processing protocols, the brand value developed with each quality improvement for Uganda's coffee, the additional dollars per kilograms achieved as a result of improved quality and demonstration of our ability to produce good quality consistently will all contribute to increased brand value for Uganda's coffee, higher export prices for exporters, more money in taxes to the government, and higher farm gate prices to the farmers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to host this year's Uganda Coffee Day, and I hope you will all have a good cup of Mount Elgon Arabica coffee and discover how amazing the world looks from a cup of coffee. For God and my country.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. I realized that my neck got tired because I was nodding in agreement to everything that he was saying. Thank you very much, and Honorable Minister, I hope those words from Kenneth as a private sector player are some that can be reflected on by the government. Honorable Minister, in light of your busy schedule, first and foremost, thank you very much for gracing this today's Coffee Day and sharing with us some words of wisdom. I would like to request at this juncture to be led by the Director of Development Services, Mr. Apollo Kamgisha, next to you, to that wonderful coffee serving table so that we could enjoy and show some of the coffee that we truly love to drink here. And then as you move out, they will guide you accordingly on any other eventualities in front there. So thank you once again. I'd like us to stand and thank the Minister for having been able to grace today's occasion for us, and with a round of applause. Please could I request everyone to stand up? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Apollo, you could lead the Honorable Minister towards. DJ, could you give us a bit of music as we let's call this a coffee break. Please, let's interact. One of the most ignored questions is asking someone how they are doing during this pandemic. So please ask your neighbor, how are you doing? And I'm very serious, by the way. Please ask them. Network, and then we'll reconvene shortly. Ask yourselves, how are you doing? How is your family? And the like. Thank you very much.
There's no one who could ever take your place. she rip pong pay then come for me no one jump up on me up it come back again I miss the one time running got his own problem one lover and one girlfriend and one night and one day and only one lover
Volevo danser questa musica al ritmo che piace a te. Volevo danser, che vuol dire ti va di balla con me. Mani su, mani giù, mani dove vuoi. Questa musica è il ballo che piace a noi. Anche tu, proprio tu che non balli mai. Anche tu salta su, balla insieme a noi. Questa musica è un'isola in mezzo al mare. Basta chiudere gli occhi e verrà da te. Non nasconderti, lasciati conquistare. Volevo danzare. Volevo danzare, questa musica al ritmo che fa per me. Volevo danzare, che vuol dire mi piaci, che male c'è. Mani su. Musica il ballo che fa per noi, anche tu, proprio tu, solo che ci fai, non nasconderti più, vieni insieme a noi. Questa musica è un'isola in mezzo al mare, basta chiudere gli occhi e saprai dov'è. Devi solo sapertela conquistare. Volevo danzare.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are shortly going to commence our program. Remember, we would like to finalize this by at least 2 p.m. latest. Even before that, much better. So I'd like you to use these next few minutes to be able to get a cup of coffee. The next program looks like we'll have a quick word from the Executive Director of the Uganda Coffee Federation, Mr. Martin Maraka. Thereafter, as the Elgon Ngoma Troupe is entertaining us, we'll set up the plenary discussion. I think for me, that's one of the things I'm looking most forward to in regard to that discussion. And after that, we shall be giving it awards for the best of the PAL 2021 Robusta and Arabica winners. And then we'll call it a day. And we'll just enjoy each other's company. We shall celebrate everything coffee. So please use this opportunity to get that cup of coffee from that particular stand that is being served by the ECDA. Thank you very much. If you have not been able to get something to eat, to give you some more energy, please do so at this time. We'll be commencing the program very shortly.
One of the things that ADC is going to try and do is, equip the farmers with knowledge that is relevant for them to grow and be self-sustainable. First, we want to, help them strengthen their organizational capacity in terms of the structures, which is related to governance and leadership. Then two, marketing. And not because there are no markets, but because the farmers really lack the relevant information and the relevant tools to access these markets. Then the third sub-theme about the program that we are doing is financial literacy. One of the big challenges that farmers face is one, for example, they get money from banks or financial institutions. At the end of the day, what do? They fail or they default. What happens to them? They don't grow.
I'm learning a lot here because this training is a guide a leader to be a good leader.
The important one is getting knowledge and skill, so that when we go back, we put that skill or knowledge we get from here in work.
We want to make sure that at the end of our program, the farmer groups that we work with, the farmers that we work with, can sustain themselves. Groups normally build better relationships with banks as opposed to the individuals.
It is not easy to be a farmer in this area. People just go for an horse, and the labor is very costly. We were a total poverty people. There was nothing in our hand, no goats, no chickens. We go for food in other people's garden, and our children was not even going for schooling. The life was very difficult. There was no any development or groups farming in this area at all. But now we have come as a group. There is a total change of life. I became a group leader in 2014. Then I start mobilizing. We are lobbying for the individual farmers to come and join the what? Join the group. I'm now feeling that I'm now a successful farmer because of what is in my garden. I'm even proud that I've already left the grass house. I'm now in a good house. I'm proud now. I can make my own decision now.
So many houses, so many machines for grinding materials. As a farmer, you should come a group or a cooperative so that we get a better price. That is what I learned from there.
So I would say our end game in all this per annum or over the 3 years is to make sure that the farmer groups that we are working with are bankable, because again, the reason why ADC started or formed is to make sure that farmers have access to finance, which is very core for their activities. My advice to them is please form these groups, because that's the way we shall grow and develop as farmers.
The management and staff of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, UCDA, in partnership with the Uganda Coffee Federation, UCF, wish the entire coffee fraternity a happy Uganda Coffee Day, which will be celebrated on October 7th in Mbale City under the theme, a celebration of Arabic and the Mount Elgon coffees. This year, as UCDA celebrates 30 years of existence, we pledge to continue empowering Ugandans through transforming the coffee subsector. UCDA is committed to fulfilling its mandate to promote and to oversee the coffee industry by developing research, controlling quality, and improving the marketing of coffee. Last year, coffee exports broke a 30-year record. Coffee exports for for financial year 2020-2021 mounted to 6.1 million bags worth of $559.26 million compared to 5.1 million bags valued at $496.28 million the previous year. Furthermore, in August 2021, Uganda exported 700,990 60-kilogram bags of coffee valued at $75.09 million US. This is the highest ever recorded export in a single month. The event will be live on social media channels.
One of the things that ADC is going to try and do is, equip the farmers with knowledge that is relevant for them to grow and be self-sustainable. First, we want to, help them strengthen their organizational capacity in terms of the structures, which is related to governance and leadership. Then two, marketing. And not because there are no markets, but because the farmers really lack the relevant information and the relevant tools to access these markets. Then the third sub-theme about the program that we are doing is financial literacy. One of the big challenges that farmers face is one, for example, they get money from banks or financial institutions. At the end of the day, what do? They fail or they default. What happens to them? They don't grow.
I'm learning a lot here because this training is a guide a leader to be a good leader.
The important one is getting knowledge and skill, so that when we go back, we put that skill or knowledge we get from here in work.
We want to make sure that at the end of our program, the farmer groups that we work with, the farmers that we work with, can sustain themselves. Groups normally build better relationships with banks as opposed to the individuals.
It is not easy to be a farmer in this area. People just go for an horse, and the labor is very costly. We were a total poverty people. There was nothing in our hand, no goats, no chickens. We go for food in other people's garden, and our children was not even going for schooling. The life was very difficult. There was no any development of groups farming in this area at all. But now we have come as a group. There is a total change of life. I became a group leader in 2014. Then I start mobilizing. We are lobbying for the individual farmers to come and join the what? Join the group. I'm now feeling that I'm now a successful farmer because of what is in my garden. I'm even proud that I've already left the grass house. I'm now in a good house. I'm proud now. I can make my own decision now.
So many houses, so many machines for grinding materials. As a farmer, you should come a group or a cooperative so that we get a better price. That is what I learned from there.
So I would say our end game in all this per annum or over the 3 years is to make sure that the farmer groups that we are working with are bankable, because again, the reason why ADC started or formed is to make sure that farmers have access to finance, which is very core for their...
She visited the Mount Harvest facility, the offices and the shed area, and hopefully when she's having her discussions with her fellow cabinet ministers, coffee will be top of the agenda in that regard. All we can do as private sector is continue to engage government at all levels, and not only UCDA, to ensure that the transformation of our sector continues as we all like to see it. Now at this juncture, as I stated, we are going to have a very quick remarks from the managing director of UCF, the organization that brought us here brought all of us here together and has organized the coffee day for a very long time, Mr. Paul Martin Maraka. And as we go through the entertainment, I would like the following panelists to be ready to join the plenary discussion. That would be Mr. Apollo Kamugisha, hopefully Mr. Nathan Mabonga from the Bugishu Coffee Cooperative Union is around. Josephine from ADC. That one shocked me a bit, but okay. We'll move ahead and have that conversation a little later on. Sylvia Achebet from Quen. I would love to see Sylvia. Oh, you're the one. Thank you very much for your contributions to the platform meetings. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Then, of course, Mr. David Katunji, who's the Director of Strategy and Business Development, UCDA. And then Rogers Wasabi. Is he around? Okay, good to have you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us today. So those distinguished guests will be joining us for a plenary session. Now, without wasting any more time, let me invite Mr. Paul Martin Maraka to give us his remarks, and then we go into that session. The Elgon Ngoma Troop, as soon as Mr. Maraka is done, please come and entertain us as we set up, and everything should be done in a few minutes and we commence. Thank you once again.
Good afternoon, everybody. Do you say Mulema? You say Mulema? Muleme. Bulembe. And then what do you respond? And that means peace be? Is it peace be with you? Yes. I've been here for some days. I would like to thank everybody for coming. But before I start, I would like to call our Vice Chairman, Mr. Fred Luzinda. He's worked at UCDA. He's our chairman, vice chair. He was our chairman of UCF. And he will stand behind me as I speak, and then he will add something very quickly. I would like to thank all our sponsors, and our chairman will thank you for that. I would like to thank everybody who made time today. We know it's not been easy to come, especially during this period. But I will mention one thing. It is very, very unfortunate that everybody could not make it. We have been receiving calls for the whole week from people who have been trying to come to the event. Those of you who know, who have been with us in the planning of this event, 700 to 1,000 people wanted to come. What did that mean? That meant that we didn't have enough hotels in Mbale, which is a good thing, because we have just come from a very tough time in COVID, and people needed, the tourism industry has really been struggling. But we are very fortunate that even those who have come not just alone, they have come with their families, and some of them are in the hotel, some of them are here, some of them have gone up the mountain, some of them have gone to Sipi and come back, some of them are in Mbale town. I found one of our directors, Mr. Nwagawa, and his team walking through Mbale town, having a wonderful time, visiting cafes. We hoped that this would be able to achieve that, and in our small way, we have been able to achieve that. So I thank you once again to everybody who has been able to come. UCF thanks you very, very much for making time. We'd like to thank UCD, as usual, for being our great supporter and partner in all of this, and MAIF. So I would like to ask our board vice chairman to speak. I think my part is done, and I would like to hurry up and we can give out awards and listen to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Have they stolen it?
These are unusual times where you have to wash your hands before you talk. But I'll take the pleasure to address you on behalf of the Uganda Coffee Federation. The resident district commissioner, the MD, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, our host today, Kenneth Parije, distinguished participants in this coffee day, I wish to welcome you to Mbale. Last year, we were far off in Kabohe, in Bushenyi, and next year probably we shall be somewhere else far off from Mbale. I'll greet you and bring with a lot of blessings from Masaka, where I reside. Mulembe abamasaba mulibulai, you are not responding. Mulibulai Mwajinyara. Great. I bring apologies for our president, OHT Wagwansibirwa, who is in Moshi for official duty. He would have loved to be here, but nevertheless, he asked me to represent him like we usually do. The chair is never empty. The celebrations of the International Coffee Day, as you all know, we celebrate the men and women who are behind coffee. Not only producers, not only exporters, not only farmers, not only processors, but everyone who puts a hand on that bin of coffee that we eventually drink. This year we celebrate with a lot of happiness, largely because where we were, or where we had gotten stuck with the 3 million bags as a story, has now changed. And I would believe that all of you who are here have had a part to play as we target and move forward. Yes, at some time it was worrying because the effort that was being put in was not showing results. But here we are today, smiling a little and having more hope that the 20 million bags mark has started being crystallized. And I think we have to put a big hand to all of us who have contributed to that transformation. And that's what I will celebrate today. However, we have the men and women who run this federation, who are part of it, who have come today. And specifically, I want them to be recognized. And I will start with Robert Biarhanga, who is our treasurer from Fuzo Coffee Limited. Where's Robert? Oh, he's here behind me. I'll introduce to you Michael Nwagaba, very big man in coffee. He's representing Uganda Coffee. I will introduce to you Michael Nwagaba. He was our host, John Nwagaba. Unfortunately, I wrote the names following each other. I beg your pardon. John is a very big man in coffee, in Robusta, and he hosted us last year. And I want to thank you, John, specifically for realizing that dream, because all of us have a dream to be like you. You are our big brother. So thank you for last year, and thank you for gracing this occasion. You would have said, mine ended, I will not go to Mbale. Thank you for being there, and thank you for supporting the Federation. I want to introduce to you yours faithfully, Fred Luzinda Mukasa from Masaka, who is the Vice Chair of the Federation, and today standing in for the President. Before I end my speech, because it's not a day for us, it's the day for you, and for us to hear more of what you have brought for us, I want to thank the sponsors who have made this day realizable. They always support, they always keep something in their kitty for this International Coffee Day that is celebrated every year. I will start in no particular order, but first, Mountain Harvest Coffee, who has given us this beautiful place, very spacious, and I don't think any Minister of Health official can stop us, because it's spacious enough to meet the requirements for the soaps. I want to thank Abitrust, UCDA, Fair Trade, Great Lakes, Uganda Coffee, Ibero, and Guarana. But this occasion would not have been possible if you, as the individuals, didn't make it to Mbale, because I know not all of you stay here. So I want to thank you most especially that you managed to spare some time and funds to bring you to Mbale. May God bless our country. May God bless our coffee industry. May we live to see the 20 million bags. I thank you. I'll take the opportunity now to invite our most valued and precious partner, the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and I hereby ask the Managing Director, acting, Mr. Apollo Kamgisha, to come and share with you some wisdom. I thank you. Mr. Apollo.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries, though she has left for another important duty, her representatives may still be around. The resident district, the city commissioner, is still with us. The district leaders of Mbale City and the neighboring districts, distinguished guests, the coffee fraternity, all of you who are here, ladies and gentlemen. We take this opportunity to thank you all for joining us and joining the coffee fraternity to come and celebrate with the coffee stakeholders the International Coffee Day 2021 in this new city, Mbale City. The theme being Arabica and Mount Elgon. We are in the center of Arabica coffees of Uganda. As the previous speaker has mentioned, we have been previously celebrating in the Robusta areas, but this year we are happy to be here in the center of the Arabicas. We are also happy to be here in the center of somebody who has hosted us doing the specialty coffees, particularly in the Arabicas of Mount Elgon. Arabica Coffee Elgon is the core of the Arabica coffees traded on the international market, and as you know, at that level they trade it as Bugisu coffees. It is very, very important that the Bugisu is already entrenched in the international coffee trade. We are happy that the benefits from growing Arabica are trickling down to the farmers, to the buyers, to the processors, and those working to enable the coffees reach the international markets in the condition acceptable for the market. We are happy also to note from the previous speech of Mount Elgon confirming the excellency of the Arabica coffees from this region, Elgon region, attaining 85 points on the specialty level is not a small achievement. We thank you very much, Mountain Harvest, for this achievement. And we hope you will strive to attain the 90 and even 100%. Why is 100 points there? So attain to reach 100 points. So 90, when you reach there, may not also be good enough. I can give you a story of somebody who was buying coffee from Chisoro, a roaster in California, Los Angeles. He had a farm, I think it was in Colombia, from a farmer growing similar coffees. But he was paying that farm $20 per kilo. Chisoro, he was paying 5. So the Chisoro people were also not very bad off. They were better than many Ugandans. But there is a farm in Colombia which was getting $20 per kilo of Arabica coffee. So you can see when you reach 90, 95, 98, that you are going into those $20. I also noted from the speech of the resident commissioner on the issues pertaining to the coffee subsector, but particularly here in Elgon region. Which issues, one of them was also re-echoed by Mountain Harvest here. Therefore confirming that that issue is real. And if you allow me to digress a little bit, I think this is now confirmed, because from the statistics we have on coffee exports from the recent years, 10 years to date, as Mr. Ruzinda has just mentioned, that it's good that Uganda, we have moved from 3 million, now we are reaching 6 million, and we are targeting 20 million. The movements in exports, both Robusta and Arabica, have been increasing. Robusta particularly has maintained that increase sustainably. We have it on record and I can share it with you. But for Arabica, for the last 2 years, Arabica coffee has stagnated, is not increasing. We have been wondering what is the problem, what are the issues. So the two of them here, and when you hear a coffee buyer, coffee processor, coffee exporter complaining, and he's not the only one, he is only confirming. But the records, on record, it is also visibly confirming. The Arabicas have refused to increase, while the Robustas are increasing. So the issue of we have been calling possible coffee smuggling. Now it looks like it is not possible coffee smuggling. It looks like real coffee smuggling. The law and procedures require we don't stop the coffee going to a neighboring country, but it needs to go through the established procedures. You buy the coffee, at buying you are a registered buyer and you have a license to buy. You process the coffee, you are a registered processor and you process. You export the coffee to a neighboring country, you are a registered exporter and you export. Uganda is not stopping coffee going to neighboring countries. That's what we want. We want coffee exports. But cutting the line of not registering as an exporter, not capturing that information that you have exported so much, and you have also paid the due fees to the government to allow you to export. That is why now there is that gap, and now I think it has been confirmed. We note that in Arabica growing areas, particularly in Elgon zone, the constraints that also stifle production have also been mentioned in the beginning in the speech of the city resident commissioner. The poor soils, which indicate need soil reconditioning, the poor management of the farms, leading to poor productivity of the trees and poor outputs, the pest and disease control. Indeed, Mr. Commissioner, also when I was young, I remember out there, and we used to grow Arabica coffee too, in Ntunga Monia Kabari, there used to be spraying gangs of government for blanket control of pests and disease. However, you note, the coffee subsector, you note that in 1991, when the coffee industry was liberalized and allowed everybody to enter into the coffee value chains and undertake what you can manage to undertake, the government more or less pulled out most of the support activities and it left it to the private sector. So for many years, the farmers have been on their own, the buyers on their own, roasters on their own, exporters on their own. However, and I'm happy, we are happy at the Coffee Authority and the Coffee Fraternity, I think we should be happy that of recent, the government had a rethink that possibly that policy of leaving everybody to do on their own may not be working. And since 2014, when His Excellency noted that the volumes were not increasing, he allowed for distribution of coffee planting material. He directed for planting 322 million coffee seedlings per year for 5 years. This planting has been going on until the September-November 2019, when it was halted a little bit as the government was buying on credit, and there was accumulation of a big arrears debt. However, as UCDA, we managed to plan and budget for some limited quantities, and planting is continuing, but not at the same level as per the President's directive. However, by 2019, December, the subsector on record, we had distributed over 1.2 billion coffee seedlings. No wonder now we can see improvements in the volumes. So both Robusta and Arabica have been planting. The Robustas are now increasing. The coffee is coming in. So now, Resident Commissioner, we need your support and help, because this is the bulk of Arabica coffees. The Arabica coffees should also be increasing. So we need your support. We need the support of everybody here in the region and even in other regions, so that we maintain the quality of the coffee, because coffee is food. When food, you cook it, when the input you are cooking is not mature, that food will not like it. I can see we have some bogoya here. It has passed around. This bogoya, you can see it. I hope you have tested it. And I am sure many of you are saying, yes, this is good bogoya, this is ripe, this is nice. But I wish, Mountain Harvest, I wish you had also brought that very young, immature bogoya, and also serve it to the guests. I am sure they would be cursing you by now and saying we shall never come back to Mount Harvest. This is what is happening also for Uganda Coffee. In 2011, when the president visited outside countries where coffee is consumed, who buy our coffees, they told him, Your Excellency, the coffee you are sending to us doesn't taste coffee. Your coffee you are sending to us tastes soil. He tried to convince them, yes, coffee is grown in the soil, so maybe it picks the soil from the... But it didn't add up. Your coffee has some issues of somewhere, sometime we will test something like toxins, the aflatoxins, the poor drying on soils. When he came in 2011, he gave instructions, UCDA, collaborate with everybody in the coffee industry, collaborate with law enforcement, and issue guidelines, and stop harvesting mature coffee, stop mold, stop drying on bare ground. And we did this. We are happy. The Inspector General of Police then issued a directive to all police stations. President Commission, there is this directive to all police stations, all commanders, field officers, it is there to stop these things. So Mountain Harvest, if they don't help, you go to them, you are going to get that directive copied to you. You take it to him, he takes it to the lower level, at least we can stop this. As the authority and subsector, we are happy, and I'm sure you are happy, that the national coffee law that has been passed and accented to by His Excellency the President, now there is no reason to say that coffee on trees cannot ripen, that farmers or buyers can harvest it when it is green. No, the time now is gone. This law specifies all those. You can't, when you are found with immature coffee, green beans, green, it is an offense, and the penalty for it is well laid out in the act. It is there. It's an offense. You have harvested immature, so your offense is this. They can put you in prison, I think it's 3 years or so, or they can fine you, I think maybe 3 million or 5, for not waiting to harvest the coffee. And it is your own coffee. You dry on the ground, it is there in the law. It is an offense, and since you have offended, the penalty is this. I am happy that this law has been saturated. When you look there, I am not yet with it on the cross, but you read it, it is there. When you dry on the ground. When you mold the coffee, those things I mentioned, that they may lead to some toxins, because coffee is food, you take it, now it affects your liver, your functioning, it is an offense. It is there. President Commission. Now, City Commission, sorry. Now, everybody to buy coffee, you need to be registered and have a license. It is there in the law now. So, these people who supply, either the Kenyans or Kenyans come and freely buy, and they come and freely buy. Because we came and saw it here. It is an offense, and it is there in the law. And also, in the law, and please warn them, starting now, in the law, if you are found with that coffee, you have no license to have bought it, you are maybe transporting it to the other side, even the vehicle that you are using, now it is an offense. That vehicle commits an offense, the person commits an offense. So, I think the Kenyans or our Ugandans supporting that issue, I think they are trading on a very dangerous ground. I think we need to cooperate and be serious and stop those issues. The many issues, of course, in the coffee subsector. You have been in the sector. You know them. I'm not going to dwell much in them. But, Mr. Commissioner, what you mentioned also on the soil fertility decline, we are happy that the government, and we really request and wish that the government will continue to support the program for coffee stamping, because much of Ugandan coffee trees are very, very old. You can't even harvest them if you don't have a radar down there in the villages. So we have a program we have started for the last 2 years for coffee stamping. It is still small, and fertilizer application. And also we have a program we have started for disease and pest control, where through government support we give out some more pesticides and fungicides. We only wish and hope that the government will remain committed to supporting the coffee industry in those areas, and possibly later also moving to the areas of water for production, where there is also a big challenge when drought situations come to us, particularly because of the environment that we have mostly destroyed ourselves. The minister elaborated on one of the issues that have been making some rounds in social media. I don't want to talk about that, but I can mention just a little bit also, which is in the National Act, and array the fears of stakeholders, the issue of registration of farmers. The registration of farmers, those who are here and those who are watching us or listening in virtually, it is like now, when Mountain Harvest, we requested that we hold a function here, you heard that there is asked for how many people. So the purpose, why did they ask how many people? The purpose was for them to plan that you get water. I am happy water is there, and I hope everybody has got water. To plan for getting a finger of bogoya, to plan for getting everybody having to drink a coffee cup and some other areas. So it is to enable him to plan. 80 people are coming. He would have gone further if we wanted to break down what would each of them like to take. Then you put also your requirements. Me, instead of Bogoya, I like apple banana, the smaller one. Oh, I need an apple, because we know Oregon, you grow apples as well. So that he plans and gets a few apples, a few apple bananas, a few Bogoya. Some water. If there was soda, he will say, who likes the Coca-Cola? Who will need the Fanta? Who will need... So that he brings things specific to the people. So this is the purpose of farmer registration. Going forward, the government planning now to attain the targets of 20 million bags, to attain the target of each household getting 20 million shillings in their pockets. The government needs to plan. Where are the coffee farmers? Mr. Commissioner, you said you want help with fertilizers. Supply them to who? You see? So we need to know, the government needs to know, in this district, in these sub-counties, there are 200 farmers. Their coffee trees, the number is this much. Their age is this much. So, then there we plan fertilizer, we plan pesticides, we plan water if what is needed. We plan extension service. That is the sole purpose. Also, we wish to assure the farmers that coffee farmers are not taxed, are not licensed. Are not licensed, they don't pay tax, they don't pay fees. Maybe they pay tax indirectly somewhere else. But there is no coffee tax to the farmers. So farmer registration, we appeal that everybody, you help the coffee industry to communicate the message that it is for a good cause, to know them, to know where they are, their numbers, how many coffee trees they have, and then the government plans the support services for them. We wish, therefore, wish to thank everybody that has come to bless this occasion, mainly the Honorable Minister who came, the City Commissioner who has come, or dignitaries that have come, or stakeholders that have come to this function. We thank Mount Harvest for hosting us, for organizing this colorful function, and for giving us the necessary input we needed for our refreshing our bodies, and for the good coffee that you have served, which I was told is from Oregon. So whoever has tasted coffee and it is tasting the way it is, you know that this is the Oregon coffee. I would thank UCDA staff that have come. I think they are the ones who are helping you also to serve the coffee. The Coffee Federation for partnering with us, and the Mount Harvest, and those who have given support in terms of financial, in terms of other logistics, in terms of any contribution that you have given. We thank you very much. We wish to assure you and everybody of the coffee fraternity that the authority is committed for your cause. Let's work together and support the industry, so that also the industry moves forward. We used to be number 3. Those good old days, though we were affected by coffee wilt disease, and it destroyed over 50% of the whole Robusta coffee trees. But we are coming back. So, constraints notwithstanding, the authority is there to work with the coffee industry players to make sure that we do what is necessary to revamp the coffee industry, reclaim our glory. The country that is number 2, which you know, in coffee exports, coffee production and export, the country that is number 2, in 1994 when I joined, I think they were exporting around 2 million bags. Luckily, but could have been below. But they came here and studied the Ugandans, how we do the Robusta coffees. They have surpassed us by far. So the issues which the commissioner mentioned and which I have reiterated on, the issues of pests, the issue of soil conditioning, all those issues, that country has perfected very well. For them, this country is Vietnam. For them, they prioritize, I think, 4 things. One is the variety. What variety are we growing? Is it the variety that is giving us maximum output of coffee? Variety. So that's why research is very, very, very key. Research. We tried to put a trust fund for research in the row, but it was deleted. That is unfortunate, but research is key. Secondly, that country prioritizes water. Because you can't grow coffee without water. And in our country, when drought comes, all the coffee is dry. So that country prioritizes water. The third, after variety and water, they prioritize advisory services. Taking advisory services to the farmer. The fourth is the enabling environment. They ensure farmers are organized, all players are organized, working together, and they assure that they have the logistics, the credit. They have banks for coffee, banks for coffee. The first country in the world which is beating everybody, Brazil, they even have universities for coffee. Coffee university. Coffee colleges. That is killing the coffee industry. But here, when you try to support coffee research, coffee in education, many times they say, what are you doing? So that is how these countries beating us have done it. And if we know how they have done it to beat us, we can also do what they do. Not necessarily to beat them in the short term, but to improve, and we reclaim our glory. Thank you very much. Have a good celebration, and please enjoy the coffee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Apollo Kamgisha, the Director of Development Services, UCDA, representing the Managing Director, UCDA. So, after the speech, we're going to go into prize giving. As you're all aware, there was a Best of PAL 2021 Robusta and Arabica winners. So I'm going to invite a few people here who are going to help us give out these prizes. I'll request Martin to come and join me and show me direction on how we're going to do this. Mr. Luzinda, could you please come up here? Robert, Biranga, please come up here as well. Yeah, Mr. Apollo Kamgisha is here already. as they're coming up, I'd like to give a few 1 minute or recognition to our viewers online. Mebo Ndagere from Gold Pal, thank you very much for joining us online. We have Joan, I think this one's from Ibero, thank you very much. Emily Munyama, this one says, good morning everyone, regards from Mount Elgon Coffee Cooperative, happy Coffee Day fellow farmers, thank you very much for joining us. Impaji Paul from Ibero, thank you for joining us. Well, we have a lot of Ibero people here. Nuwa says farmers need to be sensitized about the new coffee law. I believe Mr. Apollo Kamgisha has touched on it, and subsequent meetings and interactions will see that sensitization is taken from there. Someone says, hello, I love what I'm hearing from Mount Harvest. Okay, that's Mark Mugume. Okay, thank you very much. Noah also says, thank you, Kenneth, for the highlights of the challenges. You should take note of that. Thank you very much. Flavia Burunji from Solidaridad Uganda, thank you for joining us. Alex from GIZ, we are privileged to join the coffee stakeholders on Uganda Coffee Day 2021. He brings warm greetings from GIZ. Thank you very much for joining. And then James Mohanji from Rubanga Cooperative Society Limited. Eunice Kepatu Chekaputi. I do apologize if I've murdered your name. But greetings from Quen. Thank you very much for joining us. And then Fahima from greetings from Mount Elgon Agroforestry Communities Cooperative Enterprises. Thank you so much for joining us online, and you can keep the interaction going. So I will hand it over to Martin to guide us during this process of giving out the awards.
Thank you very much. We would like to hurry up and do this very quickly. So we'll start with the Robusta winners. In the Robusta category, by the way, I would like to call also someone from Brazil who donated to us these machines. Each of the winners will get one of these. So we have 8 winners today, so each of them is going to get a hand pump, knapsack. There's a gentleman here, you might not know him, he's called Silvio. He flew in all the way. So he will stand with us while we give each of these up. Thank you very much, Silvio, old friend of mine. And if you want to buy them, of course, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's business. You can call Mr. Ayume, he's over there. I think Ayume we know. So I'd like to ask Mr. Kamgisha to stand here, Mr. Luzinda to stand here. Yeah. So there's a young gentleman who's called Timothy from Red Ants Coffee. He came third, and his coffee comes from Uganda. Third in naturals, Robusta. One box. Can give him. Hey, Lilia, hold it. Oh, you can't hold. Abby, come and hold for her. Come and help her. Come back. Thank you. You can hold it and give him the certificate. Give it to Mr. Kamgisha to give it to him. Thank you. And then, yes, and that. This might be, yes, that is yours. Thank you for coming all the way from Uganda. Then in the second place for naturals, I will ask Mr. John Waga to come and receive this on behalf of Umoja Zulu. Umoja Zulu is in Isingiro. He's also a young man. That man who won the competition, I think, is under 35. The one who also won this, who also had the best natural, is also 35. He comes from Isingiro. So you receive this on his behalf, because we know you are the chairman of the region. Bison, you'll come and help him carry this. And you'll take it. Yes. Now, as you are going to sit down, please get ready to turn around. In the first place, Naturals, in the first ever Robusta Best of the Pearl competition, was none other than Uganda Coffee Cooperative Union, all the way from Shema.
Very much for the good effort. Keep up the effort. Since it is Uganda Coffee producers, ensure that Uganda region all win the way you have won. Thank you very much.
In the washed category for Best of the Pearl Robusta was none other than Mama Rose from Zigoti. I think she came with her son, her bodyguard.
It's Vinka.
And thank you for coming all the way from Mitiana.
So did they make the people thank God? Hey, moto you know mufumbo. The kingdom, but the people thank God. Come out with the zikapando. So did they make the people thank God? Hey, moto you know
long time. So, when you see a giant like this in the coffee subsector doing this, who are you down there not to go into the coffee and get money the way Mama Zigoti has done? There is money, Mama Zigoti. You tell them, thank you very much for winning the competition, and we hope you'll continue winning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamudisha.
To continue winning in the competitions that are going to be organized in the future. Thank you.
The next set of winners will be in the Arabica section, in the Arabica competition. I would like to ask Mr. Luzinda to now come and stand here. The winner of Naturals, Best Natural competition was Kawakom. And I think Deus is here. He came all the way from Chema. And I think he ran down the mountain.
We go dance every day, anytime, anywhere. Dancing life, oh, oh. We go dance, oh, oh, yeah. And we go. Put on, oh. Tutikole mopea tuve mubye chito. Rock off your back with a wicked style. On to the dance floor.
He's a strong young man. He drinks coffee. And then the winner in the washed category was our own host for today, Mountain Harvest Coffee. I don't know how he sat there. He must have seen it coming.
Anytime, anywhere, we go dance everywhere. Hey, slow dancing, Kanoka slow dancing, slow dancing, Kanoka slow dancing, oh, oh, slow dancing, Kanoka slow dancing.
The winner with the highest price of $7 per pound was Zukuka Coffee in the Naturals. And Ivan is here, yes, with Isaac. They are all tall boys from the mountain. Yeah, as you can see, he's exercising before he arrives.
Anyway, I don't need no nonsense. Dance even if you don't make sense.
This is Zukabora, which means wake up.
Somebody pay up. We go dance every day, anytime, anywhere. Dancing life for all. We go dance for all. Yeah, hey, slow dancing. Kanoka slow dancing. Slow dancing. Kanoka slow dancing. Oh, slow dancing. Kanoka slow.
And the last one was very special because, like Mama Rose, we weren't sure if she was going to be able to submit the coffee, but she did it, and she did great things. The winner of Honey's category was Masha Coffee, Sylvia, all the way from Queen. Oh, she can take this one. It's okay.
It's on, you know. Baby, chosen baby. Sweetie baby.
They're just packing it to make sure it's Thank you very much to everybody. You can take your seats. I think we are now going to go into the panel discussion.
Once again, a round of applause for our winners. Personally, my favorite winner is Mama Zegoti, Mama Rose. Well done. You people, first stand up and congratulate. Really? Let's stand up and give a round of applause to Mama Rose. Okay, let's have a seat. I'm sorry, the rest of you, yes. All right, let's first stop. Well, before we go in the Kadodi, so that all of us join them and dance, I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Vicky. I have not had the pleasure of meeting her. Is she around? I know you're somewhere in the crowd. I am told you love coffee so much. Representative with the UPDF in Parliament. Pleasure to meet you, Madam. This is a coffee fraternity. These are the people who are going to help us in Parliament to push the coffee agenda. Thank you very much for coming to Mbale to share this day with us. Okay, so before we go into the plenary discussion, let's have a dance, the Kadodi dance, for those who are not familiar with it. It's about energy, and then after that we go into the discussion, and then we close the day. Thank you once again. Let's go one by one and pick them. A round of applause for Elgon Ngoma Troop. You know that saying of your mind is willing and your body is not. My mind was willing to join them, but my body was wiser. I do not want to end up in a referral hospital. Thank you once again to the Elgon Ngoma troupe. You're all laughing, but you know you're like me. Many of you seated. Don't think I'm alone in this struggle. I would like to welcome our panelists. We'll start with the moderator of the show, Gordon, the Sustainability Manager, Acting Sustainability Manager, UCDA. Please come to the front. Evelyn, Honorable. I do not think she's here. Okay. Mr. Apollo will be coming soon. Nathan, please come and join us. Josephine, please come and join us. Sylvia. David Katunji, UCDA. And Rogers, please can join us in front. Please take a seat anywhere. It has been stationed in a way that you all look good on camera. So, okay, so I'll hand over to, where is Gordon? Oh, okay. I'll hand over to Gordon to take us through this session. Yes, and let's have a lively discussion. Is it empty? Is the mic empty? So this is good.
Distinguished guests, once again, my name is Gordon Katwilenabo. I work with Uganda Coffee Development Authority, the acting capacity, Coffee Sustainability Manager. I want to welcome you once again to this Coffee Day celebration, and I thank you again for joining us. I know you had a lot of things to do, but we appreciate that you spared time to come and join us as we celebrate this great day. I was trying to look through, and I realized that a coffee day is an opportunity for us who are in the coffee to celebrate coffee as a beverage and what it actually provides and the uniqueness of that beverage, as well as celebrate the coffee and the fairness in the coffee, and again be able to appreciate the plight of those that grow and produce coffee, who are the farmers. And I've been humbled today to actually moderate this panel discussion on this Coffee Day celebration. I again want to remind you that today's theme is actually a celebration of Arabica and Mount Elgon coffees. This region is very unique, and I'm happy that we have had this chance to actually celebrate not only coffee, but this unique region that I was told that actually Arabicas, they call it Nyasaland. It was actually, it originated here. And I think it's a very, very important that I mention. We are really grateful that the UCF and the organizers decided that they're going to bring this celebration in this region. So joining me on this panel of discussion, we have 6 very distinguished and celebrated dignitaries in the sector. We will be discussing quite a lot of cross-cutting issues in the coffee and how can we celebrate this day as we move in terms of sustainability for coffee and issues that have been really that we have met in the sector. I want to say that I'll be having only 5 minutes for each of the discussants, and then after that I will allow the audience to ask questions. So the first panel discussant is actually the Director, Development Services, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, who is actually also standing in for the Managing Director, and that is our Apollo Kamugisha. The second is Director David Katunji, who is actually the Director, Strategy and Business Development, Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Thank you. The third will be Nathan Mabonga, the Board Treasurer, Bugishu Cooperative Union. Thank you very much for joining us. We celebrate Bugishu Cooperative Union is one of those lasting cooperatives that have been sustainable and resilient amidst challenges that cooperatives faced when we liberalized the coffee sector, subsector. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to that great discussion. The fourth is Josephine Mukumbia. She's the Executive Director, Agrobusiness Development Center, and this is a foundation, and it focuses on improving sustainability of cooperatives and building capacity by providing technical assistance in areas of corporate governance, financial literacy, financial management, as well as access to markets. The fifth member will be Sylvia Achebet. I think you all saw her. She was one of the winners in the best of the par, proprietor of Masha Quality Coffee. And actually I was told that it's a family-owned Arabica Red Coffee Company, and it's just recently started in 2016. You're welcome, and it's a pleasure to join us in this discussion. And the last discussant will be Rogers Wasibi. He's a member, and then from Mount Elgon Coffee and Honey Cooperative. The cooperative uses coffee and honey to restore ecosystem, especially depleted forests, and I was told that actually incorporates issues to do with child labor and of course exploitation. So I think from what I said, I have a group of very experienced and rich panelists. So without wasting time, I'll just take this opportunity to pose the first question to the Director. Mr. Director, I know you actually lead the development services at the authority, and I remember in 2015 His Excellency the President issued a directive to increase coffee production up to 20 million bags, and that time we had 3.5 million bags, and the first question is, can you briefly tell us what you said UCD has done to actually actualize this directive? Thank you very much. You have the floor, Director.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, coffee stakeholders that are here, and thank you, panelists, for agreeing with the function organizers to participate in this function and this activity. His Excellency the President directed to plant 322 million seedlings per year for 5 years. It was done in late 2014. The starting was in 2015. The background to that and why he directed so, policy information and research had indicated that the global coffee production and exports had reached a level where without some countries entering into the coffee production activities and supplying the global market, there could be a deficit in the near future. Research at that time indicated that the world consumption, and it is still so, was increasing at around 2 to 2.5% per annum. And that consumption increase rate is still on. By today, it must be touching around 3% thereabouts. So with that in mind, and noting that most of the coffee producing countries have more or less reached the limit. You know, Brazil is the biggest producer, exporting over 50 million bags to the global market. Brazil, second biggest producer, exporting around 25 million bags to the market. And other countries, Mexico, Colombia, Ethiopia here in Africa, you note that the availability of land for that commodity to increase in those countries, the major countries, the land is actually scarce. So at that rate, there was also a global estimation, and these can all be verified through the ICO reports and documents. It was estimated that by the year 2030, the global market may have a deficit of around 30 million bags. Deficit, not there. So with that in mind, once you know that the market may demand this in the future, and the country Uganda, you have the land. Even now when you look there, look at it. There is the land. What is there? Some miserable bananas, miserable maize, or in weeds. When you go look behind where you have come from, you'll see land. Land is really available in the bush, not utilized. Some have vast square miles, absentee land road. Land there, not utilized. And there is this global opportunity. So that's why the president said we must take advantage of this opportunity. And in 2014, he directed like that. And as I have already mentioned, the planting began, and it really began in earnest. So, what UCDA did before, we had a program for propagation of planting material. But with this directive, it also gave UCDA the energy, the focused energy that we need to produce certified coffee planting material for farmers to plant, so that they also achieve the incomes. And recall, there is also a strategic ambition, not a directive, because the president, he wants us to be rich. He may not direct us to be rich, but he, and through the government, puts in mechanisms, processes, opportunities that if we want to be rich and attain 20 million shillings per household, you do ABC, do ABC, do ABC, and the government provides the inputs for you, free of charge. So the UCDA strengthened the certification of coffee nurseries, collaborated with Nakori, the research institution, to avail the certified planting material. So mother gardens, seedlings, nurseries were strengthened. And this is why by 2019, Uganda, we had availability of planting material which reached over 300 million seedlings. And they were distributed. And the farmers who were serious and put effort in that, they planted, their coffee has grown, and they are now getting money. So that we did, strengthening the propagation of certified coffee nurseries. So countrywide, the farmers and others are advised, if we are to procure on your own, please procure planting materials from nurseries that have certificates. We also certified the seed gardens because we wanted that number of 322 million seedlings is not a small directive. So we agreed policy-wise that for both the areas, Arabica areas, naturally it is through seedlings, for both the areas that we use seed. So there we collaborated with Nakori and certified the seed gardens that had the right materials to produce the seed. So certification of seed gardens, certification of nurseries, and also thereby procurement of the raised planting material from certified nurseries and giving them to the farmers. We also strengthened extension services. We recruited more staff who we call the regional coffee extension officers. Regional meaning that they have more than one district. Otherwise, they would be district coffee extension officers. So we recruited more. As I talk now, we are at 58. But again, unfortunately, the districts that grow coffee now, they are 121. So still, the officers cover more than one district, many of them. It's a stretch, but at least we increase it. And this is where we appeal for the government to continue giving us more resources so that at least each district has a coffee specific. This is important. We know that the Ministry of Agriculture and local government, you have extension agents at the sub-county level. But these are extension agents generally to advise on agriculture. So coffee specific, we are there. What also we have done, What also we have done, we have, in the right that we are not covering effectively all districts and sub-counties, we are a little bit high. We have trained the sub-county agriculture officers in coffee-specific skills. So that we have done, and that's why there is improvement in the good agricultural practices, and we think that is why the volumes are beginning to increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Apollo. I think quite a lot of cross-cutting issues have been raised, and I believe that I'll be able to get some feedback from the audience at the end of this discussion. But basically, major ones is deficit of 30 million bags on world market. That's quite huge, a very big opportunity. 300 million seedlings distributed, very massive, and having an increased technical capacity. More RC was recruited. Thank you very much. Again, we are behind time. I just request that we get more disciplined in terms of time. Second to be invited and then to be given a question is Director David Katunji. I know he's in charge of strategy and of course business development at the authority, and this is the department that actually gives direction to the authority and to the subsector. So I just want to pose a question to you that I know there is quite a lot of policies that are there, and the biggest is the roadmap. But besides that, let the audience know what actually other policies that you have actually adopted or are actually in the pipeline that are meant to create that enabling environment to actually achieve the 20 million bags that Director Apple was talking about. Thank you very much. I give you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and coffee stakeholders. I want to start by stating that coffee is the most widely traded tropical agriculture commodity in international trade. That's a fact. Second, I also want to state that coffee is a very strategic commodity for Uganda, as it is a major foreign exchange earner for the country, and it also provides incomes for over 1.7 million Ugandan households. Some people also add that it is actually a security crop, given the number of Ugandans that depend on coffee for their livelihood. It is a crop that you don't want to mess up with. Otherwise, if you mess up with it, you are likely to cause problems, households that depend on it, and it can easily result in a security risk. So, given those facts, it was required that a policy direction is in place for the coffee to continue playing a role in the country. I want also to state that the policy framework is guided by what we call the Comprehensive National Development Planning framework for the country, which among other things talks of having a 30-year national vision, which in this case is the Uganda Vision 2040, but also having national development plan that guide investment decision for the country, and then having annual plans and budgets that operationalize those 5-year national development plan. Now, contextualizing it to coffee specifically, in August 2013, the national coffee policy was put in place, and its main objective was to increase coffee production, value addition, and marketing of Ugandan coffee, both internationally and locally. And so there is a policy called the National Coffee Policy 2013 that is in place that guides what is done in the coffee subsector. And the coffee policy is operationalized through strategies. The first one was the National Coffee Strategy 2015 to 2019-20, which was implemented. Currently, it is being operationalized through the Coffee Subsector Strategy 2020-21 to 2024/25. In addition to that, we have the National Development Plan 3. And within the National Development Plan 3, there is a program 18 programs. Among those 18 programs is a program called agro-industrialization program that specifically handles the agriculture sector. And within this program, coffee is within the agro-industrialization program. Coffee was chosen as one of the 9 key agriculture priority commodities where government is going to heavily invest. And now we have what we call an agro-industrialization program implementation action plan that maps the investments that we are going to do in coffee to support production, value addition, agro-processing, and the marketing of the coffee. I should also quickly say that entwined with the policy framework is also the legal and regulatory framework. And in this case, we have a brand new National Coffee Act 2021, which I think the previous speakers had talked much about, so I wouldn't dwell much into that. But then they help in guiding the coffee subsector, and with it the regulations that also. Then quickly we know. I should also point out that the other policy framework that exists is actually the ruling party manifesto. Coffee comes out strongly in the ruling party manifesto, and it pledges support investments in the coffee sector. And then lastly, Mr. Moderator, is the regional and international frameworks that also guide what we do, including the East African Community Vision 2050. We have the African Union Agenda 2063, and then the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director David. I think there is quite a lot that the Directorate is doing that as per your discussion, and but I expect quite a lot of response from the audience, specifically, for example, what does really making coffee the key priority or priority crop mean for the sector. But I will keep that to the audience. Third to be invited is actually one of the directors on Bugisu Cooperative Union, and that is Nathan Mabanga. I think I'm always excited to hear from Bugisu Cooperative Union because it's very unique, and I think the sustainability strategy that they have employed to be able to really weather through all these challenges as a cooperative are quite really enormous. So thank you very much. I'm waiting for you to be able to share those strategies that you have employed. So the question I would love you to actually answer and discuss with the team is actually about what sustainability strategies has the union used to survive in a liberalized economy, and what advice would you give to other cooperatives or farmer groups intending to set up a similar farmer organization. Thank you very much. Again, I request that we stick to time. 5 minutes would be good because we have time as well for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, moderator. I'm Mabonga Nathan from Bugisu Cooperative Union. I am the treasurer. Thank you for the question. Bugisu Cooperative Union was registered in July 1954 with the mission of processing coffee, selling it of a higher standard. Bugisu Cooperative Union is composed of 277 primary societies. All those are involved in growing the farmers are involved in growing Arabica coffee, which they sell to their primary societies, and the primary societies sell to Uganda Cooperative Union. The moderator asked for sustainability in the liberal economy. We adopted the following. One, we have always believed in meetings. Every year, we have had annual general meetings for the members. And in those meetings, we give accountability to farmers, and we lay plans for the coffee business the following year. So every year we have had all those meetings. Then another one is quality. We don't compromise on Arabica coffee. As parchment is brought, we process it as it is, and then we export in that good form. We do not mix. You know, some traders get the good Arabica coffee, mix it with the other varieties, because it is believed that our Arabica coffee can be used to blend other varieties, which such that the flavor and all the aroma becomes okay. For us, we don't compromise on that. The other strategy, we also looked at incentives, because there are so many players in the field that if we do not offer incentives to our farmers, they may be tempted to sell the coffee out. So some of the incentives are, we give secondary payment, we give some bursaries to those farmers who have sold to us coffee, and those we started with the piloting with the universities, those students who are going to university and who are at universities. So those are some of the incentives we give to our farmers. And then during the AGMs, they elect the board to oversee the management of the union. So because of the transparency we have had in the board, farmers have confidence in the board. So what it means here is that some farmers can even supply coffee to the union on credit, because they know the board will sell it and pay them. So the confidence level is also a factor in the sustainability. We go out. We have zones. These zones are all over in the 60 districts of Bugisu sub-region. We go there to sensitize, train farmers on the good agricultural practices, on the bylaws, on the regulations, and the act. So we have been mobilizing in our 9 zones, and the lower primary societies the other one is we have BCU assets. This include buildings and land. This also generates money for the union to do business activities and also to pay workers. So somehow capital is mobilized from there. Lastly, we work hand in hand with UCDA. We work hand in hand with the registrar cooperatives, who always, those two, they always give us guidance on how to market our coffee. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Nathan. I think the discussion is getting interesting, and I'm thinking really we have a lot to dig and to do what we call to dissect. And I think I'll be getting more as the audience comes in, especially how you have done quite of these groups, maintain them, credit and all that. There are issues related to credit currently in the sector. So I think, Nathan, you'll be able to let us know how you have maintained that liquidity to be able to extend credit. Thank you very much. Without wasting time, I'll invite the next to discuss, and that is none other than Josephine Mukumbya. I know that ADC focuses on financial literacy, financial management, and as I said, helping in access to market and finance. This is a key area because everywhere we talk, we meet people in the subsector, they are talking about access to credit. And I think this is a very good opportunity for us to learn how ADC is doing it in terms of what they are doing. So the question is, what are the main challenges that farmer-based organizations and SMEs face with regard to agribusiness, and what does ADC do to address these challenges? And then as you discuss that, I also request you to highlight how can these farmer organization and SMEs engage, and those engaged as well in coffee production benefit from the services that you actually offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gordon, fellow panelists, and of course our audience here and off-site. Very excited to be here, and I'll tell you a little bit about Agribusiness Development Center. It's founded by two big financial institutions. One is international, has a foundation called Rabo Foundation, and DFCU Limited, which is the group that encompasses the bank and other entities within Uganda. So from that perspective, we are looking to see how farmer-based organizations, and I must say Rabo was founded as a cooperative bank. So it has the appreciation of how co-ops can actually grow and have financial muscle and support farmer-based organizations to grow as well. So the idea is to build capacity like you've mentioned. And the challenges are many. Of course, we know challenges are many. But the main area that we are focusing on is something that Apollo talked about in his speech earlier, the area of the skills, the exposure to that critical information that enables us to link them to finances, that enables us to link them to markets. Because even within the market setup, especially thinking of trade finance, is the opportunity for financing. And in that regard, we are looking at areas of governance. How do we look at the criteria on the other side and ensure that these farmer-based organizations are equipped with the skills, with the knowledge, with the information that enables them to cross over, not just any form of financing, but affordable, relevant at that point in time. And this is what we are about. So at the end of the day, it's not about just the training package, but how do we then link these FBOs or these SMEs to relevant financing? And over the last 3 years, we are still a young entity with an ambition to scale. We note that to scale, to grow from the 11,000 that we've reached, we need innovative platforms. The use, however, of these innovative platforms is that out there in the FBOs where they operate, is internet connectivity becomes a major challenge, language becomes a major challenge. So what has ADC done is to look beyond the platforms like Soma, which you can access online, and see, explore and pilot things like IVR, which we are currently doing, to see how they can complement and reach further, because our scaling, and which is the strategy that we are undergoing right now, demands that we reach further. And use the opportunity that still Apollo raised about the 30 million bag gap. And in terms of other responses from ADC is also collaboration. We are very keen to see entities like UCF, like UCDA, of course, where we can find collaborations, where the missing link is these capacity gaps, where we can hold hands and see that our FBOs actually can access more markets, good markets, relevant markets, as well as financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josephine. I think I would like to know actually, as we go forward, the difference actually that you have from the traditional banks. And I think that will come out as we actually unpack the discussion. But I would love to, this opportunity to invite Sylvia Achebet. Sylvia is a very unique farmer. And I think this has been a talk, and even the Honorable Minister talked about it. And even the host was very elaborate on it. And that is the area of specialty coffees, being at an increasing demand on the world market. And actually, Masha quality coffee is involved in production of specialty coffee. So the question to you is, as a farmer involved in specialty coffee production, what would you say are the benefits of producing the specialty or fine coffees? And then what interventions would you suggest that as a subsector we should undertake to increase the production of specialty coffees? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. I am humbled to be in front of you and talk to you, both who are here physically and those who are virtual. I'm Sylvia Achebet, the Executive Director of Masha Quality Holdings. This is a young women-led company based in Kwen. Kwen is a district ahead of Kapchorwa, but also on the slopes of Mount Elgon. Masha Quality Holdings is a new company, legally registered in 2016, but started operations in 2019. Directed to the question that was posed by the moderator, what are the benefits? We are specialized in specialty coffee, specifically Arabica, and it comes with enormous benefits and advantages. There are tangible advantages, and then there are those that are intangible. The tangible benefits are good prices. I think that has been mentioned earlier. I will not elaborate a lot of the details. When you have specialty coffee, you will smile at the price. The intangible benefits. One is friends. I must tell you, since we worked on our coffee to have it special and submitted the samples, and from that time, we've had visitors in and visitors out. But visitors come with blessings. That one, we don't take it for granted. And I think my friend here, Kenneth, must testify to that. We are here because he has looked at specialty as an area that we must focus on. And as a country, if we continue doing specialty coffee, we shall be known more than we are already known for what we have started. The other very important benefit or advantage is you will be able to be looked out for. We know everybody is doing coffee. Of course, those who are interested, and we're encouraging more people to do coffee. But if you're doing specialty coffee, I'm telling you, people will look out for you, and that does not come without any benefits or advantages. And as a country, if we focus on specialty, everybody will be happy, and everybody will know that specialty coffee is the way to go if we are to get above average of the international prices that we are really looking out for. And that does not benefit only a farmer, but also benefits the country in terms of remuneration. This has already been elaborated in terms of figures. I don't need to go into those details. And going back to the ground, to the farmer, farmers who are doing specialty coffee are not getting the same results in terms of output. They are getting a better package out of what they have done, because the price is almost twice of what we give the farmers who are producing specialty coffee for us to be able to process and move it to the next level. The benefits may be many, but I will mention those. And then what interventions would we want to really focus on? We know we've taken off as a country, but what are these things that we think we should do more? Quality coffee management. And when I mention coffee quality management is from the beginning, that is from the farm to the cup. It is a long value chain, but let's take step by step and make sure we are doing the right thing at the right time. If we leave the farmer who is picking, like it was mentioned earlier, that if the farmer has picked green coffee, in the cup we shall not get what we want. So our UCDA is already doing a lot, but I encourage that let's do monitoring and evaluation at intervals. Not at the end of a year, not at the end of a season, but let's do intermediary monitoring, evaluation, and let's continue adding on the skill to those who are in the field, but also direct to the farmers who are handling the coffee. I think we shall be able to achieve. The other very important intervention that we must look into is equipment. BCU is a very living example. I've visited them, I've worked with them. They have very big machinery, but we are having SMEs coming up, and I think as Masha we are an SME. An SME may not be able to start with machinery of the level of BCU. But as a country, can't we look into that? Technology has improved. Can't we have simpler machinery? Halas, we are happy we have received a donation from Brazil. Thank you. Can we have things like halas for SMEs? A district as far as Kwen, if UCDA decided and the country to put a hala and maybe a simple roaster in Kwen, it will change the consumption, it will change what we are pushing out of the farms to the international level. The other very key intervention is access to finance, and I speak this specifically in relation to women. I am a woman managing coffee, but I'm telling you it comes with challenges. Access to finance is not easy. My sister here has spoken about it, but I'm telling you if we go into the details of how to access finance, if there is a land title at home, I have to first get a power of attorney from the holder of the title. I think we need to revise some of our policies and make it easier and simpler for us to drive this coffee business. I thank you so much and wish you everybody the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a gentleman called Sir Apollo James McIntosh. He said that the power of a man's mind lies in coffee. And I think there is power in specialty coffee. Thank you very much. I want to invite our last panelist, and that is none other than Rogers Wasibi. Rogers is very unique because I think most of the discussions going on, especially to do with how can we create one, sustainability, food security, is they call it mixed enterprise approach. And I think Rogers comes with that unique approach, a mixed enterprises. He's doing, I think, honey and coffee, and he's doing it as a mixed enterprise. That's quite unique and very interesting to know. So, Rogers, I know you're from Mount Elgon Honey and Coffee, and I want to request you to tell us how Mount Elgon Honey and Coffee, as a mixed enterprise, what lessons can the other farmers in the subsector learn, and what can they do to actually emulate what you're doing? I also want to know how actually youth can be involved in mixed enterprise, and how can we interest them in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Thank you very much, everyone who is participating in attending this special and unique day today, the World Coffee Day celebration hosted in Mbale, the Arabic landscape. By name, I'm called Wasibi Rogers. I work as General Manager for Mount Elgon Coffee and Honey Cooperative, a cooperative that was incorporated and formalized in December 2017. It was a BCI a beekeeping coffee integration project which was being implemented by Mbali Coalition Against Poverty, which is a network organization which works with the local governments in the Mount Elgon region, and it was being funded by Bees for Development. So when the project came to an end, it was successful. Therefore, the question was how to carry on the success, and that's when the cooperative was formed. We are a producer and exporter cooperative working in all 7 districts of Mount Elgon region with 700 farmers. Out of 700 farmers, 287 are women, the rest are men. Youth details can follow later. Due to time, dear brethren, today, on behalf of Mount Elgon Coffee and Honey Cooperative, it's a special day. Why? Everyone has talked about less income trickling down to the farmers. Why is Arabica coffee not growing inside Stakanan? Here are a few issues that I can highlight on. Then from there, we shall know why we are integrating beekeeping. Mount Elgon is well into one with fertile soils. All those fertile soils and food also causing for population. As the population is growing, land is not growing. What used to be the coffee planting area, some becoming trading centers. That's why we have, under the local government, we have the town boards in villages. That's why, using my example, where I come from, we're a family equivalent to a football team with this size of land from here up to down there. 11 people. When our father, because by culture he has to give us land, he divides it horizontally. Now I have 5 children. Now I'm going to cut it vertically. Now after us cutting it vertically with my children, then what will be the grandsons and the daughters do? That is why the issue of land has not increased, but it is affecting production. How about the children? We cherish ending child vulnerability. Children, everyone mentioned here that the coffee was planted at 1950 to 1960s. How old is that coffee? The coffee is already overgrown. Children are the ones who spend time when it comes to education. They climb the trees because the older people and the women cannot climb a tree. In our culture, it's a taboo for women to climb when they're harvesting. So when it comes to harvesting season, children spend much of their time climbing trees in Bududa, in Bulambuli to harvest. These issues are not talked about. Child labor, I myself speaking, I participated in that until when we started taking coffee to BCU, when our father joined, is when I saw the change. So when I speak some of these issues, I speak with after being a victim of that, and that's why I have a big role to play. And once I get a forum like this, 5 minutes will just be, but we shall manage within, but we need to hear the stories and learn, so that when you are coming up with strategic guidance of policy, you design it in line with what are the issues that women, that children are facing through. Land as an issue. Women in Bugisu, in Sebei, they don't own land, and the children. But are the ones who are involved. Is that fair enough? She has mentioned to get a title. I don't know, maybe you use chloroform for that man to come out from that environment when you already have it. But it will be through consultation. And it can cause conflict, and also now we lead to what we call domestic violence. But that is the reason why we are integrating roasting of coffee from the origin, thanks to Agriculture Development Program under MAIF and the UCDA. We are roasting coffee from the origin. Thanks to Agribusiness Development Center, we have been skilled how to grow business to a certain level, and we have Progresso Foundation who are funding, and other stakeholders, government, everyone has listened to us and is coming in to support, because the impact is going direct to the farmers, to the youth, to the children. Why are we integrating beekeeping? Because even if a mother fights with the man, she can move with her beehives, because they are not fixed. Youth, they can make beehives, are the ones who are making beehives, are the ones who are helping to harvest. As we wait for a strategic way to increase productivity, to formalize. Let's not solve the future when we have the issues now which are affecting us. So we have integrated beekeeping as a main core purpose of transforming families of coffee farming families from surviving to thriving, where they will have food, where they will have income, where they have education, where they will be able to sit and debate on their own without us when tomorrow we leave. So, one author I cherish so much is called Anthony Chekhov. He said, man will only become better when you make him see what he is like. For you, dear brethren who are here, do you know how you look like? Those ones who are online, do you know why beekeeping is important? Albert Einstein, he said, if bees disappeared on the earth, if bees disappeared on this global planet we are on called the earth, man would only last for 4 years. Using the simple biology we learned in O-level and primary, pollination is the transfer of pollen from a plant to another plant, from a flower to another flower, so that we can produce food. Bees pollinate a minimum of 85 crops.
Time.
These crops is where without the bees, no food, without the bees, no plants, without the bees, no man and animals. Therefore, it has worked for Mount Elgon Coffee and Honey Cooperative that the bees, integrating bees, it will lead to the sustainable consumption of coffee, climate change issues, bees will be planted, coffee shade trees which UCD is promoting will be protected, and therefore we shall be able to change the communities. We call upon these stakeholders. We come up with what we call territorial branding and marketing strategy for Mount Elgon Arabica coffees, so that we can do integration, we can develop, we can empower, and we can transform. For God and my country, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Rogers. I think there's quite a lot. The discussion has been really rich in a lot of cross-cutting issues that I would have loved the audience actually to respond to and again further the discussion. However, I've been informed that whenever it turns like this in Mbare, then you expect rain to come. And then if it comes, then we have trouble with lunch. So I've been told that we need to cut off the question session. However, I don't want to do injustice. I still have 4 minutes. If I can have one question, 2 questions burning, but I have only 1 minute. I have only 4 minutes, so it means each question must take 2 minutes. 1 minute to question, 1 minute to answer. That's it. Thank you very much. Any burning question? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of us. My name is Esther from Solidaridad. I have 2 burning questions, but allow me just ask one. And this one goes to Josephine, the one from Agricultural Business Development Center. Well, while we appreciate the fact that finance is really very important for the farmers, but the farmers have experienced a lot of challenges when it comes to the requirements and the payments, basically because the agricultural sector is very risky. Now, the farmers then have an option to use their local VSLS. Please give a comment on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other question? Burning one? No. Thank you very much. Very perfect audience. I appreciate it. Yeah. Joseph, please.
Thank you very much. That's a pertinent issue. And indeed, as I mentioned, there's many challenges and we don't work on one dimension. And my response, if you recall, was relevant and appropriate financing. So some of the linkages, like you heard from Mount Elgon, even not own country, but there is an appreciation of what is specialty coffee or what dimension in terms of inclusivity that an FBO is doing at that point in time. Then there is trade finance where it's appropriate, and it is actually more relevant for an exporting entity directly. So where VSLs are also the issue, and though it's not a coffee area, our main work in VSLs at the moment is in northern Uganda. So at that point in time, those smaller farmer-based organizations, it's more appropriate for VSLs. So we are promoting the same linkages now. The next step is those VSLs to other entities where it's going to cause an opportunity for increased efficiency, because they have limited sources of financing. But if you link them to a more traditional financial institution which can leverage what they've already collectively put together and give them more, it can create growth. So the issue is not, we are not locked on one form of financing. Some of it is value chain financing, input supplies. Some of it is even from out of the country, as he mentioned, Progresso. If we can link you, because you're linked to a good market, then we'll do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, as I said, I really appreciate the discussion we have had. I believe that there is quite a lot of synergies that have come out of this discussion that we can leverage on. And I believe that after this, we'll be able to contact individual panelists to be able to get further discussion in areas that you would think you had a question. Thank you very much. Again, I want to appreciate your patience. Thank you. Back to our moderator.
A round of applause to our panelists. Before you go, I'll use my powers in 30 seconds. There's someone who asked me to say this, and I will ask one of the farmers to respond, which I found quite interesting. They said, during the whole, all the speeches and what we have said today, the word COVID was not really mentioned, at least not intently. So it's really a celebration. But the question is, has the impact really been so insignificant to the operations of the coffee value chain in the past 8 months, and will the impact continue to be non-existent into the future? Because it doesn't look like COVID has affected coffee per se. So one person, who's the farmer representative I'm going to ask? I'm not going to ask the directors. They have wealth of knowledge from that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of farmers, if we all remember when COVID came up, there were restrictions, but I think agriculture and farming specifically was not restricted. So farmers were able to go to their farms. There were a bit of restrictions in the processes of exporting, but I think UCDA worked with the Ministry of Health and other ministries to be able to allow this to continue. So I think overall, COVID has not largely affected coffee from farm up to international level, because in the recent webinars that we've been attending, the graphs that have been shown, the patterns, the graphs have not reduced. So overall, I think coffee sector has not been so much affected by COVID, and we thank God for that. Thank you.
Amen, indeed. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to an end of our function today. We're going to have lunch. But before we do that, where's Alfred? Alfred, are you somewhere? Alfred, you see there? Oh, you're there. So where would you like us to take a picture, a group picture, and splash it over social media? Eh? Right there in the middle, okay? Then before we do that, you know when they say, that thing they say when you go to Rome, you have to act like the Romans. So I do not want to insult the culture of this place. I was informed that there is a national anthem that we have to, not a national, sorry. Is it a national? An anthem, a regional anthem that we have to respect. And mukulu wange, soko jisebo. We're going to stand up for that anthem. When we finish the anthem, we're going to come and take a group picture here, and from there, oh. Okay, I do apologize. The picture is actually for the winners only. It doesn't mean the rest of us who didn't win, we are not worthy, but let's just be considerate to the people who won. So the winners of today's event, after we finish the anthem, we'll come to the middle, we take photos, and then after that all of us can go and have lunch. To those who are traveling back today, journey masses back to your different destinations. Those who are going to continue to be in Mbale, enjoy the scenery and continue to be amazing coffee ambassadors, and we continue to be part of the transformation of this coffee sector. Thank you once again. To our online viewers, thank you very much for keeping with us for I don't know how many hours. We truly appreciate the feedback and the shouts out. So God bless you and continue to have a lovely day on to the weekend. So if you could educate me on this anthem and then we stand up.
Bamasaba anthem. Bamasaba anthem.
DJ, you have it? Okay, can we please stand up?
Usimawele lweshishalo masaba Chimo mukuka wefe uwe shirifa Chimo imwanyi nilukingi masaba Chimo bibindu biyangisa babandu Usimewele uwe shirifa Amwongeleti habihunine nine Feba masaba ube atwela Nekwombe hechisha no shefe masaba Usime ngambu mubuyani wanale Babare nabi kukabye bamasaba Bikukabya sala inzuria masaba Usimarweli swari ulamu wefe Usimewele uwe shirifa Ahongeleti kabihuni nanine Feba masaba ube atwela Nekwombe heshisha no shefe masaba Ulomba wele alinde umukuka Amuweka makesini ulamu mulei Ahuyete umone imbalu yefe Witu base kwinyuhe bamasaba.
Thank you very much. We can take our seats. Very beautiful anthem. I thought I had coffee in there. I don't know if I was the only one. Mwani. I thought I had it there. I would like us, I'm going to talk to him and see if I can get a translation. I thought I was dreaming coffee only, but since she also had it, then it means. Lastly, as I thank you for coming here, please take note that we'll do this again next year at the Kamama Estates. Mr. Luzinda, I'm being told you should wave. You're going to be our host next year, correct? Yes, so we shall be in Masaka next year around this time. So we look forward to some amazing things there. So please, as the winners come to the middle to take their the photographs, the rest of us. Now who am I going to talk to about lunch? Is the lunch ready? I don't want to send people there when there is Okay, all right. The rest of us can then move towards the serving point and pick our lunch, and we continue to network and enjoy each other's company. God bless you, and all the best to each one of you.
Thank you very much.
Tonight we be singing on celebration of fire. Oh, life is so sweet, oh, Sana. So did they make a people thank God.
kingdom, but the people thank God. Come out as the bando, so they make the people thank God. Hey, I'm going to know the kingdom, but the people thank God. Come out as the bando, thank God. When you come to the night party, thank God. Thank God. When you move your body, thank God. Hey. Make a bitch and I will make it happen. Make a bitch and I will make it happen again. Hey, 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 hey. So when you move your body, baby, get ready. Get ready. So when you move your body, baby, get ready. Get ready. Now DJ play the song with thank God. Hey, I'm with you, no move more. Now everybody sing goes on. Come out with Jessica Bando. So DJ make the people thank God. Hey, I'm with you, no move more. Now kingdom, but the people thank God. Come out with Jessica Bando. Thank God. When you come to the night party, thank God. Thank God. When you move your body, thank God.
Aliumba ardhi akaumba mbingu, akaumba bara mwezi, akaumba nafsi, akaumba wivu, akaumba na mapenzi. Na kukuacha sisani, siwezi jaribu, maana penzi kwa mzani, umenizidi mahbibu. Shika vyema usukani, twende taratibu, baada ya tuta baby koleza gia, yani tam kama pipi, na kutaswiti arote rote, fundi kwenye kuchi, shepo viti kama lote, viti cheni shadiliti, sitaki chiti, watoke kwenye